Good evening, friends. I'm Mr. Narratory, and tonight's story is a little different. See, even the people who narrate horror need time off. So a few months ago, I took a vacation. No scripts, no scares. Just me, some friends, a remote cabin by the lake, and something we never should have messed with. If you enjoy these stories, tap like, subscribe, and tell me, what's your favorite kind of scary ghosts, monsters, or the kind of terror that hides behind laughter? Now, settle in, because this is the vacation tape. It was supposed to be a break, nothing more. Cam booked the cabin. Rhea found the weird vintage camcorder she insisted we use to document the chaos. Jules brought hiking gear and 4 books she never opened. Ty brought his drone, his charger bag, and the same quiet stare he always had. And me? I brought snacks. And for once, no voice recorder, no notes, no horror, just rest. The cabin was older than the listing made it look great wood. Long porch, crooked dock out back that creaked like it wanted to be firewood. No Wi-Fi. Barely 2 bars of cell service. The kind of place where people either make memories or vanish. We laughed that first night, grilled over the fire pit, passed the camcorder around. Rhea filmed everything, zooming in on awkward moments and making mockumentary commentary. This is Cam. He thinks he can fish but has caught 3 sticks and 1 cursed boot. I remember that moment clearly, because when she turned the camera to me, something happened. The battery was full. It was daylight, but the footage glitched. A single frame, just one of someone else standing in my place. Same spot, same posture, but not me. Jules laughed. Guess your demon double's tagging along. We all joked. Rhea rewound it. The glitch was gone. That night, Cam had the idea. He'd found something in the cabin. An old piece of parchment tucked into a drawer upstairs, fake Latin. Creepy symbols. A skull drawn in charcoal. It's probably a gag left by the owners, he said. Come on, let's read it in the woods. Set the mood. Jules and I were against it. Ty said nothing. Rhea? She was already grabbing her flashlight. We went anyway. We built a circle out of rocks near the lake. Started filming. Cam read the ritual in the most dramatic voice he could muster. Everyone laughed when nothing happened. We drank, roasted marshmallows, forgot all about it. Until around 2:30 a.m., that's when we heard the knock. From the trees. Not loud, not fast. Just 3 slow taps against something hollow. We froze. Cam said, "That wasn't me." Rhea said, "Sounded like someone copying us." And Jules whispered, "No one else should be out here." We searched the edge of the woods. Found nothing. But Ty? He stayed by the fire. When we got back, he was filming. Just the fire. No talking. And when we asked what he saw, he blinked slowly and said, "It doesn't want to be filmed, but it wants to watch." None of us slept. The next morning, the camcorder was sitting on the porch. We thought Rhea had left it there, but she hadn't. It was turned on, recording. And when we rewound the tape, the last 10 seconds showed someone standing at the edge of the firelight. Not one of us. We told ourselves it was a shadow, a trick of the fire, maybe Ty playing a prank of his own. But when we asked him, he just shook his head, said he didn't remember filming, said he thought we had the camera. Then he said, "Didn't we already leave? I keep dreaming that we already left." Cam tried to lighten the mood. "Let's all chill. Do normal cabin stuff. No more scary stories." We agreed. Daylight has a way of making things feel safe. We hiked. We cooked. We laughed like the night before hadn't happened. But Ty, he didn't laugh. He stared out the back window for hours. At the tree line. At nothing. That night, it got worse. Around 1:00 a.m., I woke up to a sound. Whispers. Too low to make out. Then footsteps. I crept down the stairs. Everyone else's doors were closed, except Ty's. Inside, he was sitting upright in bed, eyes wide open, mouth moving. I listened. He was reciting the ritual, word for word, perfectly. The exact phrasing from the parchment. The same dramatic tone Cam used when he read it for fun. Only Ty wasn't reading anything, just speaking it, like it was being fed to him. I stepped in and shook him. He blinked, looked at me like I'd just walked into the wrong house. "Why are you in my room?" he asked. I didn't answer. I just closed the door. The next morning, the parchment was gone. We searched the drawers. Gone. Cam swore he left it by the fire. Ty said nothing. Rhea found something new carved into the wood under the porch railing. Read again. Louder this time. Jules wanted to leave. We all did, but no one said it. Instead, we decided to take the boat out, clear our heads. There was a little rowboat tied to the dock. We hadn't used it yet, but when we got there, something was waiting inside. The parchment, soaked, torn, but rewritten in red ink, and at the bottom, something new had been added. One said it for fun. Now one must say it for real. That night, we locked all the doors. No fire, no music, just 5 people pretending everything was normal. Ty didn't eat, just stared at the camcorder. And at one point, I swear I heard him whisper to it, "It wants its name back." I went to bed early, tried to sleep. Around 3:12 a.m., I woke to Rhea knocking on my door. She looked pale. "Cold?" she said. "Listen." I did. From downstairs a voice, deep, too low to belong to any of us, repeating the ritual again, slow, like it was being chewed before swallowed. We snuck down the stairs. Ty wasn't in bed. The front door was wide open. The camcorder was sitting on the step, recording. Its battery, somehow, still full. We watched the tape back inside. The footage showed Ty walking into the woods alone. Then, static. Then someone else walking back, carrying the parchment. But it wasn't Ty. The shoulders were wrong, the arms too long, and the head turned once, just slightly, toward the camera. But the face didn't blur like a glitch. It folded, like paper bending back on itself. Then the screen went black, but the audio kept going, and we heard one word deep and gurgled like water in a throat. Again, we locked the doors. All of them. We counted 5 of us in the cabin, but no one saw Ty come back. And when I looked at the tape again, frame by frame, the face that folded back, it wasn't Ty's. It was mine. We stopped using the camcorder. Rhea took the battery out. Jules locked it in her suitcase. I wrapped the whole thing in 2 towels and shoved it in the bottom of the pantry. It didn't matter. That night, we heard it click on. Not the sound of the lens or tape, the whirring, the unmistakable buzz of recording, coming from inside the walls. We tore the pantry apart. Cam opened his suitcase to prove the battery was still in there. It was, but it was also missing pieces. The connectors had melted, or maybe been dissolved, like something chewed through the plastic and left teeth marks too small to be human. Rhea tried to laugh it off. Probably some chemical reaction. Nobody laughed back. We agreed to take shifts sleeping. Cam and I stayed up first. At 2:37 a.m., the knocking started. Not from the front door, not from the windows, from inside the living room wall. 3 knocks. Slow, wet. Cam froze. Didn't even pretend to be cool. We stared at the spot behind the fireplace where the sound had come from. Then Cam whispered, "Did you hear that?" I had. A voice. Low, too far back to be clear, but I caught the last word. Cold. We didn't tell the others in the morning. What would we even say? Hey, Ty might not be Ty, and the walls are recording us. Jules was already packing her bags. "I'm hiking out," she said. "I'll follow the trail until I find a ranger station. This place isn't right." We begged her not to go alone. She promised she'd check in at every hour. She left before breakfast. By noon, the trail behind the house was gone. Just vanished. A wall of trees where there used to be a path. Rhea called her phone. No signal. Cam threw a rock where the trail had been. It didn't land. We never heard it hit the ground. That night, we found Ty standing at the dock, not moving, not looking at the water, just standing. His lips were moving. I got close enough to hear him. He was whispering. "Say it again. Say it better. Say it louder." We let him inside, put him to bed. Cam locked his door from the outside. "Just in case," he said. An hour later, the door was open. Ty was gone, and someone else was in his bed. But when we turned on the light, the bed was empty. Sheets cold. I slept on the couch. Cam slept with a knife. Rhea didn't sleep at all. At 4:12 a.m., I woke up to the sound of the camcorder clicking on. It was on the table, pointed at me. The screen read, "Recording 3 hours and 59 minutes. I unplugged it. It stayed on. I smashed it. The screen flickered, then cut to black, then lit back up. But this time, it showed Ty sleeping in the attic. We didn't have an attic. Cam grabbed the flashlight. Rhea grabbed the fire poker. We found a hatch in the hallway ceiling we'd never seen before. Inside, a short ladder. Dust. and a thin mattress covered in something wet. Ty was there, sitting up, smiling. He looked at me and said, "We needed a room to finish the ritual. Now we just need someone to answer." And from the floor beneath him came the sound of a second voice, laughing. In Jules' voice, we never found Ty's footprints in the attic. Only damp smears. And that mattress, it wasn't dusty. It was used. Sunken in the center. Stained. Something had been sleeping up there before any of us arrived. We didn't talk about it. Just helped Ty back down, tucked him into the living room with a blanket, and watched him sleep like nothing had happened. Except he didn't sleep. He just stared at the ceiling, mouth moving, whispering words we couldn't hear anymore, like he was talking to something quieter than us. Jules came back the next morning, not from the trail, from the woods behind the outhouse. No backpack, no scratches, no dirt, just calm, wide-eyed Jules, like she hadn't hiked at all. Cam ran out to hug her. She didn't hug him back. She just said, "It followed me into the trees. It's almost done making itself. Where's the camera?" We told her we destroyed it. She smiled, said, "Good, that means it's recording now." Inside, the camcorder sat on the kitchen counter, intact, clean, its lens pointing at the ceiling fan, spinning, like it was waiting to catch the right motion, the right moment, the right thing walking past. We didn't touch it, didn't even get close. Rhea said we should bury it. Cam said we should burn it. Jules said, "You can't bury a throat. You can only feed it or choke on it." Then she turned the camcorder toward herself and pressed record. That night, no one talked. No music. No phones. Jules sat by the fire outside, cross-legged, staring into the flame like it was telling her secrets. Rhea joined her. Cam and I stayed inside. I tried to sleep. I really did. But at 3 a.m., I heard it. The ritual, playing again. Not spoken, played. From the tape deck, the one we never touched. Cam was still asleep, so I crept toward the living room. The tape rolled on its own, playing the same lines Cam had read days earlier. But the voice was distorted now, deeper, wet, like it was speaking through lungs not built for words. I hit stop. It kept playing. I yanked the plug. It kept playing. I smashed the deck against the floor. It stopped for 2 seconds. Then the fireplace flared. Outside, bright, too bright. And I heard Jules laughing. Not full laughter, just short bursts, like someone practicing. Then Rhea screamed. Cam and I rushed out. The fire was fine. Rhea stood frozen. Jules was gone. She'd left the camcorder on the stump beside the pit. Recording, Rhea pointed to the trees. Said, "She went in, but not through." We asked what that meant. She just whispered. She folded. The camcorder tape showed Jules walking away from the firelight, then turning, looking at the camera, and pulling her own face back like pages of a book. There was something underneath, teeth that didn't stop, a second smile, and then the footage cut to us, all 5 of us, sitting around the fire, including Jules, including Ty, including someone else, someone whose face was unfinished, like it was still deciding which of ours to wear next. We watched the tape 10 times, paused it, rewound it, slowed it, frame by frame. It always ended the same way. All 5 of us around the fire, Jules smiling wide, Ty scratching his neck, then looking directly into the camera like he knew it was watching, and someone else sitting just past the edge of the circle, faceless, blurred, unmoving. Cam said it was just compression, a digital glitch. Rhea said the trees don't glitch. And she was right, because the trees behind that shape waved just slightly, like something was walking between them. We argued over what to do. Cam wanted to break the camcorder again. Rhea wanted to finish the ritual. Ty, he started bleeding, first from the nose, then his ears. He didn't seem scared, just tired, like he'd been holding something in for too long. We tried to take him to town. Cam's Jeep wouldn't start. The battery was melted. Not drained, melted. The entire undercarriage was warm, like it had been sitting on a stovetop for hours. We were stuck, back inside. Rhea found something scratched into the inside of the freezer door. The tape remembers differently. She called us in, asked who wrote it. No one claimed it. The freezer was warm inside. The power was still out. The food had rotted faster than it should have. Inside the ice tray, something was frozen into the cubes. Human teeth. Cam lost it, punched the wall, broke 2 fingers. He screamed that it was all Ty's fault, that this was his sleep-talking demon ritual garbage. Ty just looked at him and said, "You think I'm still Ty?" That night, Rhea found the camcorder turned on again, playing the fire footage, except it was different now. Cam was missing from the circle, and in his place, a body, half in the fire, no face, just smoke curling from the eye sockets. We hadn't filmed that. We hadn't even left the cabin yet, but the video was from tonight. Timestamp 12:40, 1 a.m. Cam said it was a fake, that someone was messing with us, that the camcorder was preloaded with edited footage. Then his ears started bleeding. We wiped it up. He said he felt fine. But the next time he walked past the mirror in the hallway, he stopped, stared, and whispered, "That's not how I stand." Rhea checked the tape again, paused it on the fire scene, watched it loop in one frame. If you paused just right, you could see someone in the trees. Cam, watching us, recording, even though he was in the cabin with us right then, holding his head, bleeding, muttering the ritual again and again, in a voice that wasn't his. Speak its shape. Let it grow. Bleed your name into the fire. Show it what you're made of. I grabbed the camcorder, tried to throw it in the lake. It wouldn't let go. Not metaphorically, literally. My fingers wouldn't unclench. I could feel the plastic heating under my palm, like it was alive. It whispered back. The screen blinked. "Don't break it. You're not done yet. The camcorder doesn't need us anymore." We tested it. Left it in a locked cabinet overnight. Battery removed. Taped shut. Camera lens covered. At 3:14 a.m., we heard it recording. Not from the cabinet, from the bedroom. Rhea found it on the floor by her mattress, lens pointed at her face. The lens cap was off. The tape was spinning. The screen showed footage she hadn't lived yet. She was screaming, begging us not to light the fire. Cam was gone. Ty was standing beside the dock, holding a knife that wasn't his. We checked the tape together. The footage was too clean. No grain, no noise, no flicker. Just crystal clear images of things we hadn't done yet. But the most terrifying part? In the last few seconds, the camera panned by itself, turning toward me. Future me, looking straight into the lens, and saying, "Please don't watch what comes next." Then black. Cam wanted to run. Didn't even grab a jacket. He took off through the trees, flashlight bouncing. We didn't stop him. Not because we didn't care, because something told us we'd see him again. Not the same, though. Not whole. An hour later, we found his boots outside the front door, neatly placed, still warm. No Cam, just a smear of ash across the welcome mat, and a single word written in soot across the window, "Replace." Ty didn't speak for hours. He just sat on the couch, mouth slightly open, as if listening to something far away. When he finally spoke, it wasn't to us. He looked at the camcorder still sitting on the table and whispered, "They took his shape. They'll wear it better." That night, we locked every door, barred the windows, shoved furniture in front of the hallway. We took turns, holding the camcorder, like if we watched it closely, it couldn't move. Rhea was on watch when the screen flickered. Footage began to play. She didn't press anything. The tape showed the fire pit, empty. Then a hand rising from the coals. Then Cam face burned, skin folded, teeth all wrong, pulling himself from the ash and standing like nothing had ever been broken. He turned toward the camera and smiled. "Let's film something new," he said. At 3:33 a.m., someone knocked on the front door. 3 slow, deliberate knocks. We didn't answer. Then the door unlocked itself. Hinges creaked. We held still, held our breath. Footsteps entered. Heavy, wet, slow. The camcorder turned toward the hallway. The screen lit up. It showed me, standing in the hallway, except I was still sitting on the couch. And my copy turned to the lens and whispered, "You're going to burn me tomorrow. Please, make it quick." We should have destroyed it. The camcorder, the tape, all of it. But something in us wouldn't let go. Rhea said it best. It's not the camera that's cursed. It's what we let it see. We didn't sleep. The footage from the night before kept looping. I tried taking the batteries out again, tearing the tape apart. But every time we looked away, the camcorder fixed itself. By morning, it showed new footage. Ty in the fire, alive, but tied to the post, skin blistering, mouth taped shut. Me holding the lighter. Rhea crying in the background. A voice behind the camera said, "Say your part. Finish the frame." I dropped the camcorder. It didn't break. It never breaks. Rhea picked it up and pointed it at me. "Say it," she whispered. "What? You know what it wants." We stopped pretending after that. Ty hadn't spoken in hours, not even a whisper. His body was cold, but he was still breathing, sort of. He didn't blink anymore, just stared at the wall like it was playing something only he could see. And then, at 9 p.m., he stood up. No warning, no word. He walked to the fire pit, lit it himself, and sat down beside the flames, waiting. Rhea followed. She didn't speak either, just held the camcorder and aimed it at the fire. It turned on without her touch. The screen read, "Final tape, 1 second." Inside the cabin, I found a note on my pillow. It wasn't paper. It was film stock, and scratched into it barely legible. Someone has to finish the ending. Someone has to die in frame, or it doesn't count. I watched from the window. Ty didn't move. Rhea turned the camera toward the tree line, toward something walking out. Cam, or something that looked like Cam, burned, melted, but smiling like it wasn't painful anymore. He sat beside Ty, took his hand, said, "You came back wrong. Let's fix it this time." The camcorder turned toward me. Inside the lens, I saw myself already walking out the door, lighting the match, speaking the final words of the ritual, completing the circle. I hadn't done it yet, but the tape said I would. The screen said, "You're the last frame." I could hear them outside, chanting now. Ty's voice, Rhea's, Cam's, all layered, all blending into something not human. A sound like teeth grinding against glass. The fire cracked, and something rose out of it. Not a person, just a shape with too many arms and no face. The screen blinked. Now or never. I picked up the tape, walked to the pit. The fire reflected my face wrong. Longer, stretched, like I was already halfway gone. They turned to me in unison, smiling, and I asked, the only thing that mattered, what happens if I don't finish it? They didn't answer. The camcorder did. The screen turned black, and a single phrase appeared. Then we start again. The flames didn't feel hot. They felt familiar, like opening a door to a house you forgot you lived in. Rhea stood opposite me, camera in hand. Ty sat beside the fire, still holding Cam's burned hand, like it was a rope tying him here. No one spoke, but the chanting continued inside my head. The ritual repeating, softly, like it had memorized itself through us. I took a step toward the pit. The fire flared not outward, but inward, curling like it was being pulled back down into something deeper. I said, "We don't have to do this." Kamif? It was still. Cam looked up. His voice was like wind pressed through bone. "We already did. You're just catching up." The camcorder whirred. Rhea focused the lens. "Peek it," she said, "or the tape plays forever." I looked at Ty. He was smiling now, but not with his mouth, with his eyes, like something behind them was finally home. I looked at Rhea, tears streaming, but she never blinked. She whispered, "It hurts more when you try to remember. Say it, Let it burn clean. So I did. I recited the words Cam read that first night. I didn't need the parchment. They were already in my mouth. I said them like I'd practiced for years. And as I spoke, the wind died. The fire turned blue, and something stepped out from behind it. Not a person, not even a body, just a hole where a face should be. It reached for me, touched my forehead, and I saw everything. The cabin, the ritual, the laughter, all of it looping, dozens of times, hundreds, different groups, different names, always 5, always a prank, always a camera, and always someone saying the words anyway. Sometimes Cam, sometimes someone else, but always someone, always recorded. The thing leaned in. Its voice was my voice, backwards, cracked. You are the only one who doesn't remember, because you are the only one who still can. Rhea dropped the camera. Ty stood. The sky above us folded like film melting in reverse. The world snapped once, and I felt something pull through me, like an old reel finishing the last frame. Then silence. No fire. No night. Just tape. I woke up on the floor of the cabin. Daylight. Birds. Cam cooking eggs like nothing happened. Jules reading. Rhea filming. Ty playing cards. I sat up, dizzy. Cam looked over. Dude, you okay? You were out. I looked at the date on my phone. 3 days before we arrived. The camcorder sat on the table. New, untouched. Battery full. And the screen showed one word. Recording 1 second. Everything looked the same. Cam flipping bacon in the cast iron pan. Rhea zooming in with the camcorder, joking about breakfast horror. Ty shuffling cards without saying a word. Jules sketching the view from the porch like she always did. But I knew this wasn't the first time. I remembered the fire, the folding faces, the teeth in the trees, and most of all, I remembered finishing the ritual. I pulled Cam aside that morning, told him we needed to leave before dark. His smile faltered just a little, just a flicker, like a light bulb dimming in another room. Leave? He asked. We just got here. Rhea chimed in, filming over my shoulder. Come on, Mr. Narratory. You finally take a vacation and you want to bail early? The camcorder was already recording. I didn't turn it on. I checked the screen. The timestamp didn't match. It was already at 1 hour and 44 minutes. It had been recording since before I woke up, and when I played it back, the footage showed me standing in the woods, alone, reciting the ritual again. And behind me, something taller than the trees. I didn't tell anyone, not right away. I wanted to believe this was just deja vu, trauma, dream, logic, something survivable. But then Ty handed me a page, something he'd drawn, something I hadn't seen in this version of the loop yet, the ritual. But it was different now. More words, the letters darker, wet, and beneath them, scrawled in the corner in Ty's hand. We can't speak this one. It hears us now. That night, We gathered around the fire again. We didn't plan it. We just ended up there, like something had wounded us to the same beat. But this time, Cam didn't read the parchment. I did. I watched myself, from outside myself, stand and say the words, not the original ones, the new ones, the darker ones, and I couldn't stop, couldn't breathe, couldn't scream. Everyone else smiled like it was normal, even Jules, even Rhea, even me. When it was over, the fire turned black, not burned out, black, like ink swallowing flame, and something stepped out. Not the faceless figure from before. Me, another me, covered in ash, eyes hollow, grinning so wide my cheeks split. It held the camcorder and said, "You did better this time. We almost believed you." Then it pointed to the cabin, and I saw the others inside, already watching the tape, already clapping, already resetting. I tried to run into the woods, away from the lake, but every direction turned me back toward the porch, and the sky above rippled like water. The trees blinked, and the camcorder still recording flashed text across its screen. Last tape loading, 1 hour long. Then someone has to watch. The camcorder says it's on the last tape, 12 seconds of 1 hour. It's still rolling, still filming, but now it's not pointed at anything outside, just me, sitting at the fire pit, alone. The others are gone. Cam, Rhea, Ty, Jules, not missing, absorbed, worn by the loop-like costumes, folded into footage. They played their parts perfectly, and now it's asking me to finish mine. The tape plays future tense. That's the trick. Every moment that rolls across the screen isn't what happened. It's what will, unless you stop it. But if you try, the cabin groans, the air stiffens, and the woods notice. They start whispering, first in your voice, then in the voices of your friends, and then in something worse, something behind your voice, wearing it like a borrowed hoodie. I tried to smash the camcorder. Again, I threw it against a rock. It bounced. Tossed it in the lake. It floated. Buried it in the woods. It dug its way out. Every time I look away, it gets closer. By morning, it was back on the porch, its lens aimed at the fire pit, its screen already loaded with the last 10 seconds. Me, kneeling, crying, holding something in my hand, something red, something alive. I can't see the others anymore, but I feel them, watching, inside the trees, behind the mirrors, between the flickers of shadow across the cabin walls. Cam whispers, "Just finish it." Rhea hums the melody backwards. Ty breathes in time with the flame, and Jules stands behind me sometimes, reflection only, mouth closed, eyes open, smiling. I play the final tape. The fire flares, and the figure steps out again. But this time, it isn't me. It's you. Whoever's watching, whoever made it this far, your hands, your breath, your hesitation, and the figure reaches out through the screen and offers you the camcorder. It says, one of us stays, one of us rewinds. Choose? I chose to finish it. Because someone has to. Someone has to stay behind and be the one who remembers. I looked into the lens, spoke the final words, felt the fire climb my throat, felt my friends watching through the trees, nodding satisfied. And then, silence. No tape, no trees, just static. And the word, end. Now I'm back, somewhere close to home, but not quite. Sometimes I see the others walking by in crowds, always in groups of 5, always with a camera nearby. Sometimes they wave, sometimes they don't blink. Sometimes I'm recording without realizing it. The camcorder is on my desk again tonight. I didn't bring it home, but it's here. The screen reads, recording 1 second. So if you're hearing this, if you've made it to the end, if you're watching me now, be careful what you rewind. And whatever you do, don't finish the tape. You've made it through the day. Now it's time for something gentle. Good evening, friends. I'm Mr. Narratory, and I'll be your voice tonight as we drift gently towards sleep. If these stories help you relax or fall asleep a little easier, consider liking and subscribing. It really means a lot. Tell me in the comments, what time is it for you right now? And do you have any little bedtime rituals? Now, settle in, get comfortable, close your eyes if you'd like, because it's time for tonight's story. I took the job because it paid well and nobody else wanted the night shift. The site was an old hospital compound that had been partially decommissioned and converted into municipal storage, files, cabinets, some IT gear. No patients, no drama, just silence. I worked alone from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. The security booth was clean and warm. Cameras all over the place, mostly static. I did 3 rounds per night, 1 at the start, 1 in the middle, 1 just before the end. The only part that bothered me was the sublevel, a series of corridors and tunnels that ran under the main buildings. Most of it was locked and unused, but I was told to always check that the maintenance tunnel door at the end of Corridor D remained sealed. That's the word they used. Sealed, not locked. I asked about it once. My supervisor just said don't overthink it. No reason to go in there. Just tap the door once on every round. And if anything seems off, report it. That's it. Easy money. For the first 3 weeks, nothing happened. The place was dead quiet. I listened to music, watched the monitors, walked the same paths. The tunnel door was always the same. Cold, gray, industrial, no handle. Just a keypad and a heavy locking bolt welded straight across. The keypad never lit up. I tapped the door once per shift. Like they said, just a habit. But in the 4th week, I noticed something. The door was warm, only slightly, enough to feel through the glove. I thought it was maybe wiring, or the building shifting heat. But the cameras in that area started glitching too. Just static bursts, a second here or there. Always on Corridor D, always near the tunnel. I reported it. logged it in the system. Maintenance never showed up. Then one night, around 3:12 a.m., I walked the lower floor again. Everything seemed normal. But when I got to the tunnel door, the bolt was loose, still closed, but hanging slightly like the tension had been released. I tapped the door, and for the first time, it knocked back. I froze the moment I heard the knock. It wasn't loud. It wasn't aggressive. It was deliberate. One single knock, directly in response to mine. I stood there for at least a full minute, just listening. Nothing else came after. No voices, no footsteps. Not even that humming sound of machinery that usually filled the tunnel corridor. Just silence. I stepped back slowly, trying not to breathe too loud. The door looked the same. Bolt still hanging in place. Keypad dark. No lights. No sounds. I backed away until I reached the stairs and went straight to the booth. I rewound the security feed for that hallway. Nothing. At 3:11, I was seen walking into frame. At 3:12, I knocked. But the moment the knock came back, the feed cut to static for 5 seconds. When it resumed, I was already stepping away. I reported it again, logged it, added a note. Knock came from inside tunnel. I waited for a call. None came. No one showed up the next day. No follow-up from maintenance. Nothing. That shift ended like all the others. I signed out and drove home, but I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing that knock in my head. Not because it was loud, but because it was a response. Something or someone on the other side knew I was there and chose to answer. The next night I came in early. I checked the door first. Everything was sealed again. Bolt was firm. The keypad was still dark. No heat, no movement. I walked the full compound. Everything normal. But then at 2:47 a.m., I got a buzz on the radio. It was the auto trigger for motion detection. Corridor D, near the tunnel door. I looked at the feed. Nothing. Just the hallway. But then a flicker. A single frame of static. And when it cleared, something was different. I couldn't name it at first, just a subtle change. Then I saw it. The fire extinguisher that always hung on the left wall was now on the right. I rewound the feed, played it frame by frame. One frame, it was left. Static. Next frame, it was right. No break. No person. Just moved. I went down there myself. The hallway was cold again. Normal. But the extinguisher was on the right side. I checked the mount. Empty. The bracket had dust rings around it, like nothing had touched it in years. But now the item was mounted clean on the opposite wall. I reported it. Maintenance marked it as a logging error. Nothing was done. I left it there. That morning, I found a note in my locker. Plain white paper. Folded. No envelope. No handwriting. Just typed words. Do not acknowledge the sound again. That was it. No name. No signature. Just those words. I checked the cameras. No one had entered the locker room during my shift but me, and no one signed into the building after midnight. I asked my supervisor about it. He just looked at me and said, "You've lasted longer than most. Don't push your luck." Then he walked away. I started taking notes after that. Every shift, every change, On March 3rd, the hallway lights flickered exactly 7 times at 3:33 a.m. On March 5th, the security feed replayed the same 2 seconds of footage 4 times in a row. On March 8th, I watched myself walk past the tunnel door on camera, but I hadn't left the booth. I checked my watch. The live feed. The hallway was empty. But on the recording, I passed by in real time. Exact clothes. Same posture. I even nodded at the door. Then on March 10th, the door was open. I didn't plan on going in. I stood in front of that door for at least 5 minutes just staring. The bolt was fully disengaged. The keypad still dead. The metal cold again. No sounds. Nothing inviting. But the door itself was slightly open. Maybe half an inch. Just enough to see that beyond it was total darkness. I radioed in. Said I had a possible security breach in Corridor D and needed to investigate the sub-level tunnel. The response was static. I repeated the call. Same result. I checked my signal, still connected, but no one replied. I turned on my flashlight and pushed the door open slowly. It moved without resistance. The air that came out was warmer than I expected, damp. It smelled like copper and mold, like an old basement pipe that had been leaking too long. The tunnel beyond was narrow. The walls had metal sheets over parts of the concrete, but most of it was exposed and crumbling. I took one step in, then another. The light didn't travel far. It felt like the air swallowed it. After 10 feet, I saw the markings again, the same ones I'd seen days ago, but more of them now. Circles, numbers, names, some fresh, some nearly faded into the stone. I kept walking. About 20 meters in, the tunnel opened into a small chamber, square, no doors, no ceiling lights, just walls coated in insulation foam and yellowed tile. In the center was a plastic table and an old folding chair. On the table was a clipboard. I walked up and read the paper clip to it. It was a log, each entry marked by time, date, and initials. There were over 40 entries. The most recent was dated 3 days ago. It read, 3:12 a.m. audible response. Observation confirmed. DND. No signature, just those 3 letters. I turned the paper, nothing on the back. Under the table was a crate full of portable radios, all turned off. One of them was identical to mine. Same label, same serial code. I didn't understand. I picked it up. It was warm. A faint red LED blinked once, then shut off. Behind me, I heard something scrape. I spun around. Nothing. Just the tunnel. Still empty. I backed up slowly toward the entrance. Then I saw the camera, tucked into the upper corner. Not a facility camera, smaller, mounted by hand, wires running into the ceiling. A red light blinked once, then twice, then stayed on. I stepped toward it. It turned slightly like it was tracking me. I reached for my own radio and tried again. Base, this is Night 7. Requesting confirmation of activity in sublevel 1. Silence. Then a burst of static. Then a voice. We see you. I froze. It wasn't the control room voice. It wasn't anyone I knew. It was slow, deliberate, familiar somehow, but wrong. Like someone trying to copy speech. I dropped the radio, backed up toward the tunnel, then heard a knock, not behind me, In front of me, from the far end of the chamber, I raised the flashlight. There was a second door I hadn't seen. Smaller. Flush with the wall, it was vibrating. I turned and ran out of the chamber, back through the tunnel, into the corridor. I slammed the main door shut and threw the bolt back in place. I sat on the ground for 10 full minutes, heart racing, hands shaking. Then my phone buzzed. No signal, no caller ID, just one message. Return what you took. I didn't take anything. That was the first thought that hit me. I left everything where it was. The clipboard, the crate, even the damn radio. But maybe that didn't matter. Maybe just being down there was enough. I stayed in the booth for the rest of the shift. Didn't leave. Didn't respond to anything. Every noise made me flinch. The camera feeds were useless. Corridor D remained in static all night. At 4:27 a.m., the hallway light in sub-level 1 flickered once, then died. I logged the event, signed out at 7 sharp. The moment I got in my car, I checked my phone again. Still no signal. I drove until I hit the next town before service came back. There were no new messages. The one from the tunnel had vanished. Not even in deleted. Like it never happened. I didn't sleep that day. I kept thinking about the second door, the knock, that voice on the radio. We see you. It wasn't just a threat. It was a confirmation. Someone or something in that space had been watching me longer than I realized. The next night, I came in to find a new envelope in my locker. No name, no seal. Inside were 6 photographs, black and white, grainy, all from security angles I didn't recognize. Each one showed a different person walking into the tunnel. Some in uniforms, some in plain clothes. One of them looked like my supervisor. The last photo was the clearest. A man sitting in the chair in that chamber. Head tilted up, eyes rolled back. No expression, just frozen. Like he had been there a while. On the back of that photo, someone had written the word returned. That word stuck with me. Returned. Not dead, not missing, just given back. Or maybe sent back. Either way, it meant they came back from somewhere. And whatever was behind that second door was sending them back like broken machines. I checked the access logs. There was no record of anyone entering sub-level 1 in the last 6 months except me. I called a former co-worker who quit last year, told him I had questions about the sub-levels. He went quiet, then said, "Don't go through the second door, ever." I asked if he'd seen it. He said no, but that when you go near it long enough, things follow you home. He hung up after that. I started digging deeper, pulled every internal report I could get without raising alarms. One caught my attention, a 6-page PDF with no title, just a code, D7, subjective, react. It was written like an observation file, notes on behavior, audio transcriptions. One entry said, subject ceased responding to external stimuli after audio event 17B. Another line said, subject mimicked own voice with 97% accuracy during final hour. The file ended with a quote from the subject. It lives between the recordings, not in the sound, in the space between them. The date of the file matched one of the missing names from the log sheet in the tunnel. The more I read, the worse it got. These weren't intruders. They were test subjects. The facility wasn't just for storage. Sublevel 1 had been used for something else, something that listened back. I closed everything, turned off the monitor, and sat in the dark, thinking. That's when I heard my radio click on, just static. Then my own voice, quiet, shaky, saying, "I didn't take anything." Then a knock from the wall behind me. I didn't respond right away. I just stared at the radio while my own voice whispered through it. I didn't take anything. The way I said it didn't sound like the way I talk. It sounded detached, slowed, like someone dragging my voice out of a recording and stretching it too far. Then silence. Then another line. "You asked for this." I never said that. I would have remembered. The radio clicked off. I unplugged it and took the battery out. That night, I drove home early, told the new guy to cover the last hour, said I was sick, but the damage was done. That sound followed me. Not literally. I didn't hear it out loud. But every time I closed my eyes, I heard myself saying things I never said. It watches when you stop watching. Don't listen to the spaces. You left a piece behind. Every night it got louder, clearer, like a tape playing inside my skull. I went 2 nights without sleep. Third night I took sleeping pills. Didn't help. I dreamed I was in the tunnel again. But this time, I was the one sitting in the chair. Not tied, just still, eyes open, breathing, but unable to move. And something behind the second door was humming. The tone wasn't sharp or even musical. It was human. Someone humming through their teeth like they were trying to remember a song they used to sing as a child. When I woke up, I had blood on my pillow. My nose had been bleeding. The worst part? My phone was recording. I don't remember pressing anything. But the voice memo app had a file from 3:12 a.m. to 3:22 a.m. 10 minutes. I pressed play. Static, then breathing, then my voice. Same as the radio. Slow, filtered. But now it was saying full sentences. "The door remembers. It opened for you before. You heard it knock." Then silence. Then the humming again. At the very end of the file, a second voice joined in. Not singing, just whispering along with the hum, repeating it like it was learning the melody. I couldn't go back, but I had to. Something about that place felt unfinished, like I'd triggered a process and walking away wouldn't stop it. I signed in that night like normal. No one mentioned my early leave. I took the elevator down to Sublevel 1. Door still sealed. Same bolt, same keypad, same cold metal. I waited. No knock, no sound. I turned to leave and felt my phone vibrate. A text from an unknown number. No preview. I opened it. One word. Now. Behind me I heard the bolt shift. Not break. Just move. Click. Slide. Release. I turned slowly. The door was ajar. I raised my flashlight and pushed it open again. Tunnel looked the same, but this time the air was colder, and it carried a smell I hadn't noticed before. Wet clothes, asbestos, and underneath it all, something familiar, like the scent of someone you used to know. I walked slowly. The walls now had new markings, fresh. A symbol repeated over and over. It looked like a mouth sewn shut. Under it, a single line of text. Do not record the silence. When I reached the chamber, the chair was gone, the table overturned, the clipboard burned, just ash on the floor. But in the center was a small speaker, plugged into nothing. It was humming, the same melody from my dreams, and sitting beside it was a tape recorder, already running. I picked it up. It stopped. The tape was almost full. I rewound it halfway, hit play. My voice filled the room. They only hear when you don't. Then something else. A sound I hadn't heard before. A voice not trying to copy me. A voice responding. Then you should stop speaking. I ran. I don't remember dropping the tape recorder. I don't remember passing the tunnel exit. But I remember the way the cold stuck to my lungs like breathing through wool. When I got to the main corridor, I slammed the door shut and locked the bolt so hard the handle cut into my palm. I stayed in the booth until morning. Didn't log the event, didn't write a word. At 7:00 a.m. sharp, I left without saying goodbye. I drove home like I was escaping a crime scene. When I got in, the first thing I did was unplug every device with a microphone. Phone, laptop, TV, smartwatch. I packed them in a box and dropped them at a recycling center 2 towns over. I bought a prepaid flip phone from a gas station. I stayed offline. No emails, no GPS, nothing. But it didn't help. That night, while brushing my teeth, I noticed something strange. My reflection didn't match the sound. I was humming again. The tune, that same tune, but I wasn't aware I was doing it. It was just happening. And worse, my reflection was slightly off, delayed by half a second, like I was watching a playback buffer. I turned off the light, went to bed, tried to ignore it. At 3:12 a.m., my flip phone buzzed. One new message. Don't watch. I threw it in the toilet. Next day, I bought a cassette player from a pawn shop. I had to know if I was going crazy. I still had the tape I took from the tunnel. I replayed it. This time I wrote down every word. My voice said, "The gap between words is where it lives." Then silence. Then playback is memory. Recording is invitation. Then the second voice, not mimicking me this time. Something else entirely. Clear, firm, human. Copy achieved. Subject matches threshold. I paused the tape, ejected it. I went back to the pawn shop and asked where the recorder came from. The guy behind the counter said, "A man dropped off a box of them yesterday. Didn't speak, just left a note. He showed it to me." It read, "He will come for the rest soon." I asked what he looked like. The guy just shook his head. "Kind of looked like you." Back home, I tore apart the apartment, checked every wall, every light, every outlet. I found a mic inside the fire alarm. Small, black, still warm. Next to it was a note taped behind the panel. One line, "You are now archived." I burned it all. Every wire, every device, every speaker. I drove out to a quarry and threw the tape into the water. Stood there for hours watching. Nothing happened. Until I got home. The voicemail light was blinking on my landline. I never use it. I don't even know the number. I pressed play. It was me. My own voice. The recording can't be destroyed, only overwritten. Then the same melody, hummed slowly. Then the second voice again. You left yourself running. I pulled the plug, threw the whole phone in the trash. Then I noticed it. The tape recorder I thought I'd thrown out, sitting on the kitchen table, still playing. I walked toward it. In the background of the playback, I heard something new. A door creaking open, footsteps. Then the sound of a chair moving. Then silence. Then my voice again. But not current me. Younger. 10 years younger, saying, "Do you remember being here?" Then static. Then another line. "We do." I threw the recorder against the wall, but it didn't break. Just bounced. Landed face up, still playing. I unplugged it and took out the batteries, but the sound continued for another 4 seconds before cutting off on its own. I left it there and sat on the floor. I didn't know what was happening anymore. Reality had stopped being a fixed thing. It was bending around the edges like heat on asphalt. The next morning, I got in my car and drove 3 hours west. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't bring anything electronic, just a notebook and some cash. I booked a room at a roadside motel and tried to sleep. No television, no music, just silence. But at 3:12 a.m. sharp, there was a knock on the wall. Not the door, the wall, the one shared with the next room. I waited, didn't move. Another knock, 3 beats, rhythmic. Then nothing. I got dressed and went to the front desk. Asked if anyone was in room 9. The clerk checked the screen, said no. Said it had been unbooked for a week. I asked to see it. He came with me, opened the door. The room was empty, but the air was warm. And on the nightstand was a portable recorder, my name written on a tag. I didn't touch it, just left. Drove until I hit another state. Got another room. Didn't give my real name. Slept with the lights on. Nothing happened. Until I opened my notebook. The pages weren't blank anymore. They were filled with writing, my handwriting, dates, times, coordinates, audio notations, a full log of every recording I'd ever made, even ones I didn't remember, even from devices I didn't own. One entry stood out. June 20, 2018 playground behind Old Creek School. Subject sings, melody alone. Recording successful. I didn't know that place. Never been there. But it was in my notebooks. So I drove there. 6 hours. Middle of nowhere. Found a school. Boarded up, long abandoned. Behind it was a rusted swing set. I walked up to it slowly. Wind was blowing, leaves moving, but one sound didn't match. A voice, humming, the tune, same tempo, same rhythm. I froze. Then a small speaker hidden under the sand crackled. Returned to the door. I left immediately. Drove in silence. No music, no radio. Back at the motel, I found my voice again. On the bathroom mirror. Etched in fog even though no water had run. Just the phrase, "Do not let them finish your sentence." That night, I had another dream. I was in the tunnel again. But it was longer now, wider. The walls lined with screens playing my life. Every hallway I've walked, every phone call I've made, every whisper. It played them on loop, from multiple angles, some from places that never had cameras. One screen showed me now, sleeping, dreaming, a timer in the corner counting down. I woke up gasping. My phone was on the nightstand, fully charged. It was supposed to be gone. I hadn't brought it. It buzzed once. New voice message. I hit play. My voice again. Next location received. Coordinates logged. Then the second voice. Final overwrite in progress. I left the motel that morning and decided I wouldn't stop until I figured out how far this went. I used a map, not GPS. No electronics. I followed the coordinates written in the notebook. They led me to a park, the kind you only find in towns with no name. Empty swings, overgrown grass, a bench facing nothing. There was a man sitting there already, looked about my age, worn jacket, pale skin. He didn't look up when I approached. I sat beside him. For a minute, neither of us spoke. Then he said, "You hear the humming too?" I nodded. He said they recorded me 5 years ago. I didn't believe it until I started hearing my voice answer questions I hadn't asked. I asked him what he meant by they. He didn't answer right away. Then he said, "They're not people, not really. There's something in the act of listening itself. Like sound turns them real. Every time you say something, they're closer to repeating it, not mimicking, replacing." I asked how many of us there were. He said, "More than you think. Some don't notice it. Some live entire lives just slightly off, hearing words in their sleep, seeing themselves where they shouldn't be. But the ones like us, who enter the tunnels, who hear the knock, we're chosen." I asked, chosen for what? He didn't answer, just handed me a tape, unlabeled. I took it. When I looked back up, he was gone. I went to a library 2 towns away, borrowed a cassette deck, played the tape. It was a group conversation, 4 voices, all similar, discussing entries, like a team meeting. Then I heard it. My name, not said by one of them, said by me, clear, confident. I was giving instructions. Phase 2 begins once all personal patterns are mapped. Do not engage with the original if it resists. My voice, like I'd been the one doing the overriding. Then another voice, different, scared, whispering. He doesn't know yet. He thinks he's still the first version. Then silence. I ejected the tape, stared at the deck. I didn't know what to believe, if that was me or a copy, if I had said those things and forgotten, if someone was using my voice to build something new. That night, I stayed at a roadside inn. I wrote everything down again, just to confirm it still made sense. But the handwriting started to shift. The loops in my letters sharper, my punctuation inconsistent, like someone was imitating how I write, but not perfectly. In the mirror, my reflection was wearing a different shirt than I was. I stared at it for minutes. It smiled, just slightly, then returned to neutral, like it hadn't moved at all. I turned off the lights, pulled the curtains, slept on the floor. At 3:12 a.m., my phone rang again, the one I'd thrown out. It was sitting by the window, on charge. I didn't answer. The voicemail light blinked. I played it. My voice. Return now. They know you're aware. Then silence. Then another voice. Your version has exceeded tolerance. Extraction authorized. I packed everything. Drove all night. I had only one place left to go. Back to the tunnel. Back to the original source. If I didn't return willingly, I knew they'd send one of the others, and next time the version they sent might be better than me. The road back felt different, not just longer, wrong, like something had been stretched. Time, space, memory, maybe all of it. The turns didn't line up with my memory. The exit sign for the hospital had changed. Different font, slightly off color. I almost didn't notice. But I've learned to notice small things now. I pulled into the lot just after midnight. The lights in the main building were off. Only the sublevel had power. That wasn't normal. I didn't use my badge, didn't check in. I walked through the side entrance, down the long corridor, and straight to the elevator. I knew where I had to go. Sublevel 1. The hallway was silent. The cameras didn't move. The motion sensors didn't blink. It was like the system had stopped watching me, or had already recorded everything it needed. The door to the tunnel was already open. Bolt loose. Light dead. Inside, the tunnel looked unchanged. Damp walls, crude markings, that smell like metal and memory. I walked fast, no hesitation this time. I passed the chamber, empty, table gone. No chair, just bare tile. The humming was louder now, deeper, layered, like two voices moving in and out of sync. I reached the second door, the one flush with the wall. It was open. Behind it was a small room, dark but not empty. The walls were covered in soundproof padding. In the center stood another version of me, eyes closed, breathing slow, a headset over his ears, tubes running into the floor. A monitor on the wall displayed lines of waveforms. Beneath it, text read, "Live in PUT acceptable variance." I didn't speak, didn't move. I watched the screen as my breath matched his. In, out, in, out. Then the lines started to shift. Mine fell out of sync. The screen blinked red. Correction needed. The man in the chair opened his eyes, looked at me, didn't speak, just stared like he'd been expecting me, then said, "You're late." I backed up. He stood. His movements were smooth, too smooth, every gesture exact, like someone acting out a memory rather than living it. "They're ready," he said. "You've done well, but you're out of pattern." I asked him what that meant. He smiled. "You drifted too far. You remembered." He stepped closer. "But don't worry, we're still similar enough." I looked at the corner. A camera was running, red light blinking. I asked who was watching. He said, "You were before we switched." I ran, back down the tunnel, up the elevator, through the side door. I didn't stop until I hit my car. When I looked in the rearview mirror, my face looked wrong, not different, just off, like my expression wasn't my own. I touched my cheek. My skin felt cold. I reached home by dawn. Everything was how I left it, except for one thing. On my desk sat a USB drive. No note, no case. I plugged it in, one folder, labeled Raw File Initial Capture. Inside was a single audio file. I hit play. It was my voice. The first time I walked the tunnel, the first knock, every breath, every word, played back in perfect clarity. Except now, it didn't end where I remembered. The tape kept going. Another voice joined. Mine, but slower, calculated. Timestamp verified. Subject recorded, pattern initiated. Then silence. Then me again. But I wasn't talking. I was screaming. The scream didn't stop. It just faded into a tone. A flat, high-pitched note that sounded mechanical but felt alive. I pulled the headphones off and sat in silence. My ears rang. My eyes burned. But worse than that was the feeling in my chest. Like something had opened, not metaphorically. Like something had been split inside me and I couldn't close it again. I went into the bathroom and turned on the light. My reflection blinked twice before I did. That was all the confirmation I needed. There was no going back. I packed one bag, drove straight to the site. No calls, no messages, just silence. The guard at the gate was new, young, nervous. I showed him my old badge, told him I left my phone in the booth. He let me in. I walked down the halls like I belonged. No one stopped me. Not even the cameras followed me anymore. It was like the building had accepted what I was, or who I was becoming. I passed Corridor D. The door to the tunnel was gone. Just wall now. Seamless. But I knew better. I ran my hand along the surface and felt it. A slight vibration, like audio playing under the concrete. I whispered a line I remembered from the tape. The gap between words is where it lives. The wall clicked, opened inward. I stepped in. The tunnel was darker than before, dead silent. No humming now, just thick air and the sense of something waiting. I followed the path. It curved now, deeper. The layout had changed. The markings on the wall were now in sequence. A waveform, drawn as if sketched live. At the end of the tunnel was a vault door, massive, steel, locked with a retinal scanner and numeric keypad. I stepped forward, no hesitation. The scanner lit up green, the pad unlocked. I hadn't entered anything. The door opened. Inside was the archive. Row after row of servers. Blinking, whispering. Not from fans or machinery. Actual whispering. Dozens of voices, hundreds, talking over each other in endless loops. I stepped in. A console waited at the center. Old, analog. CRT screen glowing with green text. It read, "Verify subject." A mic protruded from the side. I leaned in. I didn't speak. I exhaled slowly. The screen updated. Match confirmed. Then a list appeared. Dates, names, places, all familiar, all connected. Conversations I forgot. Moments I thought were private. Each entry tagged with a time and result. Pattern stable. Pattern unstable. Overwritten. Then I saw mine. 10 entries. Final line. Termination required voice. Diverging from source. I turned to leave. But behind me was a wall of speakers, stacked floor to ceiling. One of them turned on. my voice. I remember you. Then, 100 voices at once. I remember you. Then silence. Then one final sentence from a voice that sounded like mine but older, resigned, tired. You were never supposed to hear yourself this clearly. The lights went out, and the playback began. Good evening, friends. I'm Mr. Narratory, and I'll be your voice tonight as we ease into rest. If these stories help you unwind, take a moment to like and subscribe, and tell me where in the world you're listening from and what time it is right now. Now get comfortable. Close your eyes if you'd like, because it's time for tonight's story. I moved into the new apartment in late September. Small place, 4th floor, decent view, quiet neighborhood. That's all I wanted. Something simple. Something that didn't expect anything from me. I'd been working in the city too long. Too many faces. Too many names I didn't care to remember. So I took a break. I paid 6 months' rent up front and told everyone I was unreachable. The first week was calm. I drank coffee on the balcony, walked to the store, read books I hadn't touched in years. But every evening around the same time, I found myself looking across to the building opposite mine. It wasn't intentional. It just happened. There was a window almost exactly level with mine, curtains always half drawn. And behind them, a girl. She sat by the window every evening between 6 and 8, never fully visible, just a shadowed outline. Sometimes she read. Sometimes she wrote in a notebook. Once I saw her smoking. We never waved, never acknowledged each other, but we both knew. It became a kind of routine. I'd sit with my tea. She'd sit with her cigarette. No conversation. Just silent company across glass. Until one evening, she wasn't there. At first I thought maybe she'd gone out. It wasn't strange. People leave. People skip routines. But she wasn't there the next night either, or the one after that. The curtains stayed closed tighter than usual. No light behind them. No shape in the chair. Just nothing. I told myself it was none of my business. That I'd built her into something she wasn't. That she didn't even know I existed. But something felt off. 3 nights turned into 5. Then 7. And on the 8th night I saw someone else. The light flicked on around 7:20. Sharp and sudden like it hadn't been used in a while. The curtain twitched, and a man stepped into view. Late 30s, tall, dark hair, white shirt, no expression. He didn't look out the window, didn't glance around, just pulled the curtain shut and walked back into the apartment. I didn't see him again for the rest of the night. The next morning I walked by the building. Just to look, just to confirm it was the same unit, 4th floor, 3rd window from the right. I stopped by the mailbox wall and scanned the names. No unit numbers, no last names I recognized. Nothing that said girl with a quiet stare. Nothing that said danger. I started paying more attention, not just at night, but during the day. Watching that window whenever I passed. Whenever I sat on the balcony, I kept notes. Times the lights came on, when the curtain moved, who went in or out of the building. On Wednesday around noon, I saw the man again, leaving with a trash bag over his shoulder. He looked heavier now, Or maybe it was the bag. He didn't walk to the bins. He turned the corner and vanished. By the end of the second week, I was obsessed. I knew his pattern. Lights on between 7 and 10. Never earlier. Never later. No other visitors. No deliveries. No music. No signs of anyone else inside. No sign of her. Then one night, something changed. I was on the balcony when I saw the curtain move again. Just a sliver. Just enough to see inside. And for a second, I could have sworn I saw her. Not standing, not sitting, lying down, flat on the floor, face turned toward the ceiling, eyes open. The curtain snapped shut before I could be sure. I stayed up all night staring at that window, waiting for another sign. But nothing came, and the next morning, there was red smeared on the inside of the glass. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her face, pale, still, staring. I told myself it could have been a trick of the light, a reflection, a shadow, but I knew it wasn't. The red on the glass was there the next morning, smudged like a handprint or maybe a smear from a palm being dragged. I made coffee, sat at the table, stared at the wall, tried to think logically. Eventually, I picked up the phone and called the non-emergency line. A woman answered, calm, bored. I told her I'd seen something suspicious. I gave the address, the building number, the window. I told her I'd seen a woman there every night for 2 weeks, and now she was gone. That a man had replaced her, that I thought something had happened. She asked me her name. I said I didn't know. She asked if I had any reason to believe a crime had occurred. I told her what I saw. The body, the red on the glass, the silence. She said someone would check it out. Took my name, my number, said not to follow up. They'd call if they found anything. They never called. 3 days passed. Nothing changed. The lights came on. The man walked past the window. Curtains closed. No sign of her. No police. No tape. No questions. Just life continuing like nothing had happened. I walked to the building again. Tried to catch someone in the hall. A neighbor. A tenant. Anyone. I buzzed random apartments. One answered. A woman's voice. I asked if she knew who lived in 4C. She hung up without saying anything. I waited on the steps for almost an hour. A delivery guy showed up. I asked him if he knew the guy upstairs. He said he didn't. Didn't even need a signature. Just dropped the package and left. That night, I stared at the building through binoculars, every detail in sharp focus. And at 9:17, the curtain moved again. This time, it wasn't her. It was him, standing still in the middle of the room, not watching TV, not reading, just staring at the floor for 10 minutes, maybe longer. I wrote everything down. The time, the posture, the look in his eyes. Nothing about him said panic or guilt. It was worse. He looked bored. The next morning, I called the police again, asked for a welfare check, gave the same story, added more detail, mentioned the handprint, the blood, the possible body. I used the word missing. They told me they'd send someone. This time I waited near the building, watched from the corner. An officer arrived around noon, knocked, waited. The man opened the door, let him in. 5 minutes passed, then 10. Then the officer walked out alone. No cuffs, no radio, just a clipboard in his hand. I caught him on the steps, told him I was the one who called, asked what he found. He said no signs of struggle, no signs of anyone else ever living there, no signs of a crime. He said the man's name was Thomas Gray, and according to every record in the system, that apartment had only ever had one tenant. I couldn't let it go. I tried. I told myself the police had done their job, that maybe I was wrong. Maybe she never existed. Maybe I'd imagined the routine, the quiet moments across the glass. But I knew what I saw. The shape of her shoulders, the way she held her cigarette, the look on her face the night she wasn't sitting up anymore. I stopped trying to explain it to anyone else. I just started digging. I went back through every photo I'd taken since I moved in. I always had my camera near the balcony. The view was good. I'd taken dozens of shots during sunset, some with that window in the background. I opened each one, zoomed in, looked at the patterns, the lighting, the shapes behind the curtain, and in 2 of them she was there, faint but clear. In the corner of the frame, face turned slightly toward the window. A shape of a figure, shoulders, hair, a lit cigarette between 2 fingers. I ran the images through software, cleaned them up, boosted contrast, and there she was. Her eyes were looking directly at my camera, not once, twice, like she knew I was watching, like she wanted me to remember. I compared the timestamps. One photo taken on a Tuesday, the other 3 days later, and then none. After that, she was gone, replaced by empty windows, and then the man. I printed the photos, took them to the station, asked to speak to the officer who checked the apartment. They wouldn't let me, said the case was closed, no cause to investigate. I showed the photos. They said they didn't prove anything. Could be anyone. Could be a trick of light. Could be old tenants. I asked for the records on that unit. They said it wasn't public information. I asked if they had any reports of missing persons matching her description. They said no. Back home, I sat with the photos spread across the table. My notes, my time logs, everything pointing to her, to what I saw, to what they were ignoring. And then I noticed something else. In one of the photos, she wasn't looking at me. She was looking past me. I turned slowly toward the hallway. Nothing. Silence. But something shifted in the air. A weight I couldn't name. I turned back to the photo, zoomed in again, focused on her pupils. Enlarged the image until it blurred, then sharpened it. There was a reflection in her eyes. It wasn't my building. It wasn't my window. It was a man standing behind her, holding something, and she was already afraid. I couldn't let it go. Not after what I saw, not after the reflection. That wasn't imagination. That wasn't a shadow or a shape made by blinds. It was a man, his arm raised, something in his hand, and the look on her face told me everything. I knew what I saw, and I knew no one would believe me. So I stopped trying to convince anyone. I started looking into him instead. Thomas Gray, the name the officer gave me. I ran it through public records, phone listings, credit databases. Most of it was dead ends, too common, too many hits. But after a few hours, something pinged. An address. Registered utilities, same name, different city. About 90 minutes south. A basement apartment under a different name. T. Gray. Same birth year. No forwarding address. But a recent spike in electricity usage logged just 3 weeks ago. I copied everything down. I drove there the next morning. Told myself I was just going to look. Nothing more. Just check the mailbox. See the building. Maybe talk to the landlord. When I pulled up, the place looked forgotten. Gray brick, rusted gate. One flickering hallway light barely holding on. The mailbox labeled Unit B didn't have a name. Just a sticker peeling off the metal. I walked around the side, found the basement window, curtains drawn, but light flickering inside. TV glow, faint. I stood there longer than I should have, watching, listening, nothing. I was about to leave when I saw something in the window. Not movement, not a face. A photo, taped to the inside of the glass, faded, curled at the edges, but I recognized it immediately. The girl, from the apartment, sitting in that same chair, looking out the window. Her eyes caught on something in the distance. Her mouth slightly parted, like she was about to speak. Below the photo were words scribbled in pen. Just 3. She sees me. I stepped back, heart racing. I didn't knock, I didn't call. I just stood there staring at the image, trying to figure out if I was meant to see it, if this was left for me, a message, or a warning. When I turned to leave, I noticed something stuck in the crack of the basement door. A matchbook. Tucked in halfway, I pulled it out. The front was blank. But inside, someone had written an address. It was local. In my city. A neighborhood near the industrial edge. Warehouse district. Abandoned spaces. No apartments, no houses. Just long stretches of concrete and locked gates. I drove straight there. The building was hollow. Boarded windows. No lights. But the side door was unlocked. Inside it smelled like dust and bleach. A single chair sat in the center of the room, and nailed to the wall behind it was a photo. The same girl. But not looking out the window, looking straight at me. I stood in that room longer than I should have. The air was cold, but I was sweating. The photo on the wall wasn't new, but it hadn't been there long either. The edges were clean. The ink hadn't faded. Her expression was different in this one. No fear, no confusion, just flat. Like she'd already accepted something. The kind of face someone wears when they've stopped fighting. Under the photo was another note. Small. Written in the same pen as the matchbook. It said one more. Then it's over. I looked around the warehouse. Empty walls. Cracked floor. One chair. One bulb above it, swinging slightly like someone had just walked away. I started checking the walls, looking for doors, seams, anything. It didn't take long. Behind a stack of plywood sheets in the corner was another door. Not big, no knob, just a hole where the lock used to be. I pushed it open. The smell hit me first. Old metal, damp paper, something else. Like glue and sweat. The room was tight, no windows. One desk pushed against the far wall. A camera on a tripod, off, covered in dust, but still aimed at the middle of the floor. And on the floor were lines of tape, markers, like stage positions. On the desk were more photos, piles of them, some recent, some old, different women, always in the same chair, same warehouse, same expression, most of them looking away, a few looking straight into the lens. One of them was her, my neighbor, the girl from across the glass. But this time, her hands were tied, her mouth taped, her eyes open, frozen. I couldn't breathe. I kept flipping through them. Everyone worse than the last. Some had notes written on the back, times, dates, phrases. She cried too loud. Perfect angle. This one watched back. In the bottom drawer was a notebook. Names, numbers, crossed out rows, some checked, some scratched deep enough to tear the paper. My name wasn't there, but hers was, 3 times. First with a question mark, then underlined, then circled. I took photos of everything. My hands were shaking, my heart pounding so hard I could barely hold the phone steady. I backed out of the room slowly, didn't touch anything else, locked the side door behind me, and got into my car. I didn't drive home. I drove straight to the station, asked to speak to a detective, told them everything, showed the photos, gave the address, gave my story. This time they listened. Officers were dispatched immediately. I waited in the lobby. Hours passed. Then one of them came back, said they found the warehouse, said the chair was there, said the room was there, but the photos were gone. The camera too, the notes, everything. But the walls had hooks and blood. They brought me into the station the next morning. Not as a suspect, they said. Just to clarify the timeline. Just to walk them through what I saw again. Standard procedure. I sat in a room with a table and 2 chairs and a camera in the corner. The officer who took my report sat across from me with a folder full of printed photos. Mine. He asked me how long I'd been watching the apartment across. I said 2 weeks, maybe a little more. He asked when I first saw the girl. I told him about the evenings on the balcony, the cigarette, the notebook, the silent glances. Then he asked something that stuck in my head for the rest of the day. He said, "Did she ever acknowledge you?" I said, "No, not directly." He nodded slowly and wrote something down. Then he asked if anyone else could confirm she existed. I said no. That was the point, that no one else seemed to even notice she was gone. He asked if I had ever spoken to her. I said no. He asked if I had photos of her not taken from my balcony. I said no. And that was when something shifted in the room. He slid one of the photos across the table, the one with her staring through the window, the one I enhanced. He said, "Can you tell me what's behind her?" I looked, focused, tried to match the shapes, the angle, but something was off. I leaned closer. My stomach turned, because it wasn't my building in the reflection. It wasn't my window. It wasn't even the right floor. The tiles were different. The view was different. I blinked, swallowed hard. He said, "Take your time." I said, "This doesn't make sense." He asked if I'd ever been inside her apartment. I said no. I've told you that. He asked if anyone could place me in mine. At the time I said I was taking the photos. I said no. I live alone. He closed the folder and stood up. Said we'll be in touch. I asked what that meant. He said we're not accusing you of anything. We just need to understand the whole picture. And then he walked out. I sat there alone for 10 more minutes before another officer came in and told me I was free to go. Back at home, the air felt different. Stale, heavy. I sat at my desk and looked at the wall, the one across from the window, and for the first time I saw it. A small hole near the top corner, fresh plaster chipped around it. A pinhole camera taped inside. I pulled it out with shaking fingers. It wasn't mine. It was warm, still on. The light blinked red. I tore apart the apartment. Found a second one inside the light fixture, a third behind a vent. Someone had been watching me, and not just for days, for weeks, maybe longer. I didn't sleep that night. I sat with the 3 cameras lined up on my kitchen table blinking at me like they were still recording. I opened one, removed the memory card, plugged it into my laptop. It wasn't just watching me from inside. It had audio, hours of it. Me talking to myself, reading aloud, on the phone, typing, breathing. Some of the clips were labeled by time, others by date, and one was labeled simply her. I clicked it. The screen showed my apartment, the same view I saw every day, but from a higher angle, not from the cameras I found. This was different. The girl was on the screen, sitting across the street, smoking, writing. But this video wasn't shot from my unit. It was recorded from somewhere else. I paused, rewatched, looked at the shadows, the angle. Whoever filmed this wasn't watching her from where I lived. They were watching both of us. There was another file, one that stood out, just coordinates. I checked them online. An empty lot 10 blocks away. Old warehouse district again. Another forgotten building. I told myself not to go. I should have taken everything to the police again. But part of me knew it wouldn't matter. Not yet. Not until I saw it myself. The warehouse looked like every other. Boarded windows, cracked steps, but the side door wasn't locked. I pushed inside and immediately felt it. The cold, the quiet, the same weight in the air as before. The floor was marked again. Tape, symbols, circles. In the back room was a cot, a sink, a bucket. Someone had been living here. A mattress, blankets, a journal. I opened it. Inside were drawings, faces, all women, all with the same eyes, wide, afraid, and mine was there too. The last page, my face, sketched in dark pencil. Below it written, "You saw too much." I turned around and saw a wall lined with newspaper clippings, all local, all buried, missing persons, unidentified victims, a few old enough to be in black and white. One name repeated more than once. Eleanor Shaw, age 25. Last seen in the apartment across from mine. Her photo wasn't the girl I'd seen, but her eyes were the same. Then I found the real horror. A box under the cot. Inside were tapes, labeled by date and name. Some were damaged, some were blank, but one was labeled Test Subject 1, NS. I didn't recognize the initials. I played it. The screen stayed black for 10 seconds. Then a figure, bound, gagged, chair in the same position, camera shaking, and a voice behind it whispering she watches back. I turned it off. Outside, I could hear footsteps, slow, careful, coming from the alley. Whoever filmed these wasn't done. I didn't wait to see who was coming. I grabbed the tapes and the notebook, shoved them in my bag, and slipped out the side door. My footsteps felt too loud, like I was echoing through the whole city. I didn't run, not yet. I just walked fast, kept my head down, ears open. The street was empty, no cars, no wind, just a silence that felt loaded. I turned corners randomly, trying to lose anyone who might be following. I thought I made it home clean. I triple-locked the door, pulled the blinds shut, and set the bag on the table. My hands were shaking so bad I couldn't unzip it. I left it and went to the bathroom to wash my face. That's when I saw it. Another hole, tiny, drilled just above the mirror. I stared at it for too long. My breathing slowed. My reflection felt like it was looking back at me, not copying me, but watching. I left the bathroom, grabbed a hammer from the closet, and tore through the drywall. 2 more cameras, buried, wired into the frame. This wasn't just surveillance, it was obsession. Then the lights went out. Not the city, not the block, just my unit. I grabbed my phone, but the battery was dead, even though it was charging all night. I moved to the kitchen, grabbed the flashlight from the drawer, turned it on, and found the front door open, just a crack. But I had locked it. I know I did. I stepped toward it slow, then faster, then slammed it shut. Locked it again. Deadbolt, chain, everything. And then a voice behind me said, "You shouldn't have looked." I turned. He was standing in my hallway. Not the man from the station. Not someone I'd seen in the window. But him. I knew it. The man behind the lens, calm, pale, hair combed too neat, shirt tucked in. Like he came from church. He held something in his hand, a phone, playing audio. My voice, recorded, saying her name over and over like I was dreaming it. I stepped back, asked what he wanted. He said, "I already have it." I asked who she was. He said, "She was the beginning. You're the ending." He stepped forward. I ran out the fire escape, down the alley, through side streets until my lungs burned. I didn't go home. I didn't call the cops. I went to the only place that still felt safe, the station. This time I didn't ask. I demanded. Told them he was in my apartment, that he knew everything, that he'd been filming me, filming all of them. I showed the tapes, the journal. They brought me into a room, took the evidence. Then they left me alone. 20 minutes passed. When the door opened, a detective walked in, calm, folder in hand. Said they'd reviewed the tapes, the journal, the coordinates. Said it was serious. Said they would handle it. Then he asked me a question I didn't expect. How long had I known Thomas Gray personally? I said I didn't. He looked at me for a long time, then opened the folder. Inside was a photo of me, sitting on the balcony, staring through the camera, and on the back of the photo was written in my own handwriting, Subject 3. I stared at the photo for a long time. The edges were curled like it had been handled too many times. My own face blurred slightly. Eyes locked on something across the street. I asked the detective where they got it. He said it was tucked inside one of the walls in the warehouse. I said it wasn't mine. He said it was written in my handwriting, that maybe I'd forgotten. I asked if they were accusing me. He said no. But that something wasn't adding up. He left me alone again. This time longer. I sat in that room and started questioning everything. Every detail. Every moment. The night she disappeared. The first night I noticed her. The time I saw the red on the window. All of it. Was it real? Was it mine? They let me go around dawn. Said they had more to process. Told me not to leave the city. I didn't go home. I couldn't. I took a cab to a motel on the other side of town. Paid cash. I checked the bag of tapes again. One had fallen behind the others. A black cassette. Unlabeled. Not dusty. Recently touched. I knew I shouldn't watch it. I knew whatever was on it would be worse than everything before. But I needed to know. I borrowed an old player from the front desk, locked the door, closed the curtains, inserted the tape. Static at first. Then an apartment, not mine, similar. A chair, a tripod, a voice behind the camera, breathing, no speech, just movement. Then the door in the video opened, and I stepped in. Not someone who looked like me. Me, same jacket, same shoes, my bag, my watch. I sat in the chair willingly, looked at the camera, smiled, then said begin. The video glitched, cut to a new frame. Now, the camera was handheld, moving through an alley, following someone. The girl, she turned, saw the lens, screamed, cut again. The same basement, she was tied to the chair, crying. The camera circled her, slow, cool, then stopped on her face. She whispered, "Please, Nathan." My name. She knew me. The video cut again. Now she was gone. The room was empty. The chair still stained. The wall behind it covered in photos. All of them were of me. Different angles. Different windows. All labeled Subject 3. Then, the last frame. A photo of the man. The one I'd chased. The one I'd seen. And the caption below it said, Observer 2. Then, it all went black. The tape clicked, ejected itself. I sat on the bed shaking. My name was written on every label. My handwriting on the matchbook. The photos. The journal. I wasn't watching her. I was watching myself. And someone else was recording it all. The phone in the motel rang once, then stopped. A knock at the door, soft, rhythmic. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Then, a voice from the hallway. You forgot the ending. I opened my mouth to scream, but the lights went out. I noticed the moving truck before I ever noticed him. It was a Wednesday afternoon, still cold enough that your breath made little ghosts in the air. And I was dragging my trash can to the curb when the big, dented white truck backed up to the old Watterson house at the end of our street. Good evening, friends. I'm Mr. Narratory, and I'll be your voice tonight as we drift gently towards sleep. If these stories help you relax and fall asleep a little easier, consider liking and subscribing. It really means a lot. Tell me in the comments, what time is it for you right now? And do you have any little bedtime rituals? Now, settle in, get comfortable, close your eyes if you'd like, because it's time for tonight's story. The house had been empty for years. Boarded windows, sagging porch, that sickly yellow paint curling away from the wood like peeling skin. Everyone said it was a miracle the city hadn't torn it down. So when I saw a truck pulling into that crumbling driveway, it caught my eye immediately. New blood in a dead house. You can't help but stare when something that shouldn't happen does. He emerged about 20 minutes later, hauling a single battered armchair out of the truck bed. Mid-40s, maybe a little older. Clean shaven but rough around the edges. Wore a dark jacket zipped to the throat and a baseball cap pulled low. His movements were deliberatino, wasted energy, no hesitation. I watched from across the street, my hand still resting on the trash can lid, and felt something in my gut I couldn't quite name. It wasn't fear. Not yet. Just a ripple of something unnatural, something that didn't fit. Over the next few days, I kept noticing him in small ways. He didn't seem to have much furniture. No couch, no TV that I could see through the open door. Just that armchair and a mattress he carried in alone on the second evening, dragging it up the crumbling porch steps with a grunt loud enough that I heard it across the street. He never asked for help, never greeted anyone. And no one went to greet him. Maybe it was the house that set the tone. You don't go up to a house like that, not unless you have a reason. The neighborhood was quiet enough that any disturbance echoed. I heard hammering late one night soft, rhythmic, like someone fixing loose floorboards. Another night, there was a metallic scraping sound, long and slow, like dragging something heavy across the hardwood. I tried to tell myself it was normal. Moving in, renovations, a new start. But even then, some part of me knew better. You can't fix rot with a hammer. One evening, about a week after he moved in, I caught him standing in the backyard, not doing anything, just standing there, staring up at the dying oak tree that twisted over the fence line. He didn't move for at least 10 minutes. I know because I watched from my living room window, one hand unconsciously pulling at the curtain's edge like a nervous tick. He stood there until the last light bled from the sky, then turned and went back inside without once looking toward the street. Curiosity gnawed at me. I told myself I was being neighborly, but it wasn't that. It was the wrongness that kept pulling at me. So, one afternoon, I walked by the house, slow and casual, pretending to be out for a stretch. The porch sagged under my weight when I set one foot on the first step. I didn't go further. I just looked up close. The damage was even worse than it looked from across the street. Black mold bloomed at the edges of the wood. The front door was new, though. Heavy, dark-stained oak with a fresh, shiny brass knob. It didn't fit. Nothing about this man fit. There was no mail in his box, no packages on the step, no signs of friends visiting or delivery trucks stopping by. He had no garbage cans out on collection day, no lights in the upper windows, just that one chair in the living room, and him. Always him. About 2 weeks after he moved in, something changed. Small at first. I started seeing cars idling near the end of the block late at night. Old cars, beat up, their engines rumbling low. Sometimes they'd sit there for 5 minutes, sometimes longer. Once, I saw one of them flash its headlights twice before pulling away. I never saw anyone get out. Never saw anyone go in. Just the cars and the silence. Then, one night, I saw something else. I woke up around 2:30 a.m., restless. The way you do when your mind won't let go of something it doesn't fully understand. I went to the kitchen for water, and as I passed the front window, I saw the porch light at the Watterson house flicker on. The man stood in the doorway, framed by the light, and behind him, just for a second, I swear, I saw movement. Something shifting deeper inside the house. Not a shadow. Something else. Something that moved like it was waiting. I dropped to the floor without thinking, heart hammering against the hardwood. I waited breathless for what felt like an eternity. When I finally dared to peek again, the porch light was off. The door was shut. The house was dark and silent. But I knew what I had seen. And suddenly, the new neighbor didn't feel like a mystery anymore. He felt like a warning. The next morning, I tried to tell myself that I hadn't really seen anything at all. That my brain, fogged with sleep and paranoia, had stitched shadows into something that wasn't there. But deep down, I knew better. There are things you can ignore in daylight that refuse to be forgotten once the sun goes down. I spent the day watching the house from my front window, pretending to read, pretending to scroll my phone, all the while keeping one eye on the cracked yellow wood and the black mouth of the front door. The man didn't leave the house all day. I didn't see the cars again either. Just the stillness, heavy and oppressive like the sky before a tornado. Around dusk, I saw him step onto the porch. He stood there for a long time, looking up and down the street, like he was waiting for something or someone. He had a cigarette pinched between 2 fingers, but he never lit it, just held it like a prop. When he finally turned and went back inside, I noticed something I hadn't before. There was a faint, dark stain on the sleeve of his jacket. Not paint, not oil, something darker, heavier. The kind of stain that soaks into fabric and never really washes out. The next few days blurred together. Nothing obvious happened, but the feeling of wrongness sharpened. I caught glimpses of him through the window late at night, sometimes sitting in the armchair, sometimes just pacing the living room. No TV, no sound, just pacing back and forth, like a caged thing trying to wear down its chains. Once I saw him standing perfectly still facing the corner of the room, forehead nearly touching the wall, standing there motionless for almost 20 minutes before disappearing from sight. I stopped sleeping properly. Every creak of the house made me sit up straight in bed. Every gust of wind rattling the window made my skin crawl. I started to dream about the house. Not dreams of horror, not blood and monsters, but dreams of emptiness. Endless, empty rooms stretching out forever, each one darker and colder than the last. And somewhere deep in the maze, I knew he was waiting for me. A week after the light incident, I decided to walk past the house again. Not because I wanted to, but because I needed to. Needed to see if maybe there was a rational explanation tucked somewhere inside the rot and mold. It was early evening, the kind of cold that makes your teeth ache. I pulled my hoodie up and kept my head down. When I reached the house, I slowed just enough to glance sideways, and that's when I noticed it. The basement window barely above the ground line. Someone had scraped away the grime from the inside, leaving a small clean circle as if someone was peeking out. I froze mid-step. Something shifted behind the glass. Not a shape exactly. More a flicker, like something pulling back into the shadows. I kept walking, heart slamming against my ribs so hard I thought it might shatter. When I got home, I locked the door, drew the curtains, and sat in the dark with my back against the wall, my mind racing in ugly circles. The basement wasn't supposed to be accessible. The house inspection reports online said the foundation had collapsed partially years ago, that the city had deemed it unsafe for habitation. And yet here it was, clear evidence that something or someone was down there, maybe living, maybe hiding. I told myself to call the cops, to report a possible squatter. But the thought of explaining everything, of trying to make someone else believe this low creeping dread, made my throat close up. Besides, I knew the kind of houses like that. The kind the city forgets. The kind where you have to prove there's something wrong before anyone will even bother to knock. So I waited and watched and told myself that if anything else happened, then I'd call. And something did happen. The very next night, just after 2 a.m., I woke to the sound of footsteps outside my window. Slow, deliberate steps crunching across the dead leaves on the sidewalk. I lay perfectly still, barely breathing, listening as the steps moved closer, paused, moved again, closer still. There's a moment when you know someone isn't just passing by, when you can feel the weight of their gaze pressing against the wall. Whoever was out there wasn't just walking. They were looking, searching. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying they would move on. After what felt like hours, the footsteps finally faded away. When I dared to look, the street was empty again. But across the road, the porch light at the Watterson house flickered on for just a heartbeat and then snapped back to darkness. That's when I knew, beyond any doubt, that whatever was living in that house wasn't just content with lurking behind dirty windows anymore. It was reaching outward, and I was next. I didn't touch the note until well into the afternoon. I made breakfast I didn't eat, drank coffee that tasted like metal, paced the floorboards until they moaned in protest. Every few minutes, my eyes would flick to the front door, to the thin, white slip still wedged under the threshold like a toothpick in a wound. Eventually, I convinced myself that I needed to see it. Ignoring it wouldn't make it go away. Whatever message they had left, it was already inside my head, carving out space. With shaking fingers, I opened the door just enough to reach down and grab it. I shut the door quickly, locked it, double-checked the deadbolt. Then I unfolded the note, 5 words this time, written in the same scratchy, uneven hand. We're almost ready for you. I stared at it for a long time, reading it over and over until the words blurred together. Ready for what? I thought about calling the police, about finally dragging someone else into this nightmare. But what would I even say? That my neighbor had moved in, and now there were threats appearing at my door? No name, no direct evidence, nothing but my gut and a handful of ominous messages. I knew exactly how it would sound, like paranoia, like loneliness getting the better of me. And maybe it was. But even if it was, that didn't mean it wasn't real. That evening, I made a decision. I wasn't going to wait for them to come to me. I was going to the Watterson house. I needed to see it up close, to understand what I was really dealing with. The idea filled me with a cold, sinking dread, but it also gave me something I hadn't felt in days: purpose. I waited until the sun dipped below the rooftops and the streetlights flickered to life. I dressed in dark clothes, left my phone charging on the counter to avoid being tracked somehow, and slipped out the back door. I cut through a neighbor's yard, hopping the low chain-link fence, and made my way toward the house at the end of the street. Up close, it looked even worse than before. The siding sagged like rotted flesh. The windows wept black streaks down the walls. The porch tilted dangerously to one side. I crept up the steps, each board groaning under my weight, and tried the front door. Locked. Of course it was. I circled around to the side, heart hammering so hard I thought it might give me away. There, hidden between a crumbling bush and the foundation, was a side door. I turned the knob. It opened with a soft, wet creak. I stepped inside. The air was thick and sour, like mildew and something worse, something metallic and earthy that made my stomach lurch. I clicked on the small flashlight I'd brought and swept the beam around. The house was empty, hollowed out, stripped bare. No furniture beyond the battered armchair in the front room. No pictures, no curtains, just dust and darkness. I moved carefully, every step sending up little puffs of filth from the warped floorboards. In the living room, I found something that made me stop cold. A circle carved into the wooden floor, rough, jagged lines gouged deep into the boards. Symbols I didn't recognize, spiraling outward from a charred black center. It looked old, but fresh enough that the edges still bled splinters. I crouched down, shining the light closer, and saw something glittering at the center of the circle. A ring, small, gold, crusted with something dark that might have been blood. I didn't touch it. I didn't even breathe. Somewhere upstairs, a floorboard creaked. I killed the flashlight and pressed myself against the wall, heart in my throat. Another creak, closer this time. I strained my ears, trying to separate real sounds from the roaring of blood in my head. Whoever, whatever was up there, they were moving slowly, deliberately. I backed away from the circle, feeling my way toward the side door. The air felt heavier with every step, pressing against me like unseen hands. As I reached for the door, I made the mistake of glancing back. At the top of the stairs, half shrouded in darkness, stood a figure, still as stone. Watching me, I didn't wait. I tore the door open and sprinted into the night, not stopping until I reached the safety of my own porch. I slammed the door behind me, locked it, bolted it, and sat there on the floor, gasping for breath. When I finally looked up, my eyes caught something taped to the inside of my window. Another note, this one larger, scrawled in frantic, looping letters. Don't run. It wasn't a threat, it was a command, and I realized with a sick lurch that the game had changed again. They weren't just warning me anymore, they were pulling me in. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the living room with every light on, the TV droning low just to have some sound in the room. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. every time I closed my eyes, I saw the figure at the top of the stairs, still and silent, its face swallowed by shadow. And worse, I kept replaying the words on that last note, "Don't run," as if they already knew what I would try to do next, as if running would only make things worse. I told myself that I needed to be smart, that I needed to find proof, something undeniable that could get the police to take me seriously. The ring in the circle, the strange symbols. There had to be something that could break through the wall of disbelief that always met stories like this. Around 4 a.m., I made a decision. I wasn't going to hide anymore. I was going to go back to the Watterson house in daylight. No sneaking, no flashlights, no shadows. I would walk right up to the front door, knock if I had to, and find out exactly what was going on. I spent the morning trying to convince myself it was a good plan, that the figure on the stairs had just been the man himself caught in the flashlight's beam, nothing more. That the circle was just graffiti, old vandalism left by teenagers. That the notes could have been the work of some twisted kid down the block. That everything could still make sense if I just stopped thinking like a victim. I set out around noon. The street was mostly empty, the usual sleepy weekend lull hanging over the neighborhood. I walked slowly, deliberately, heart hammering in my chest, but legs steady. When I reached the Watterson house, I paused only briefly before stepping up onto the porch. The wood creaked under my weight. I raised my hand and knocked. 3 sharp raps. I waited. Nothing. I knocked again, louder. Still nothing. After a minute, I tried the door. It swung inward with a drawn-out groan. I hesitated on the threshold, every instinct in my body screaming at me to turn back. But I stepped inside. The house looked the same as before, bare, filthy, silent. I called out, my voice shaking more than I liked. "Hello? Anybody here?" No answer. I moved through the front room, flashlight in hand, even though the midday sun streamed through the cracked blinds. Dust motes floated like tiny ghosts in the light. I found myself drawn toward the stairs, toward the place where I had seen the figure. The steps groaned under my weight as I climbed. Halfway up, the air grew colder, sharper. Like the difference between breathing indoors and stepping into a freezer, I reached the second floor and paused. The hallway stretched out to either side, lined with closed doors. I picked one and opened it. Empty room, bare floor, crumbling walls. Nothing. I tried the next door. Same, then the next, until I reached the final door at the end of the hall. This one was different, newer, the paint less chipped, the handle less rusted. I turned it slowly. The door swung open to reveal a small room, maybe once a bedroom, now stripped of everything but a battered metal chair bolted to the floor in the center. And chained to that chair, head bowed, was a man, alive, barely. His wrists were bound tightly with zip ties, his ankles too. He was filthy, gaunt, his clothes torn and blood-stained. For a moment, I was too stunned to move. He lifted his head slowly, eyes blinking against the light. His mouth moved, but no sound came out. Panic surged through me. I rushed forward, fumbling for a knife, anything to cut him free. That's when I heard it. Footsteps. Behind me, coming up the stairs. I turned, heart in my throat. Standing in the hallway was the man from the moving truck. The man who had moved into the Watterson house. He smiled, calm, patient, like he had all the time in the world. "You shouldn't be here," he said softly. I backed into the room, placing myself between him and the man in the chair. "What is this?" I demanded, voice breaking. He didn't answer. He just stepped closer. And then I saw the object in his hand. A syringe, full of something dark and thick. My body reacted before my mind caught up. I slammed the door and threw the bolt. There was a bolt, thank God. Rusted but still strong. I turned to the captive man, slicing through the zip ties with my pocket knife, hand shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. He winced but didn't cry out. We needed to move. Now, the man outside pounded on the door once, twice, a sound so loud it rattled the frame. "You don't understand," he called through the wood. "You're ruining everything." I ignored him. I got the man in the chair to his feet. He was weak, half dragging, but he could move. Together we stumbled toward the window. It was nailed shut. I smashed it with the butt of my flashlight, shards raining down onto the porch roof below. I climbed out first, then reached back for the captive man. He slid down the porch roof, landed hard on the front lawn, and didn't stop running. I didn't look back until we reached the next block. The Watterson house stood quiet and still in the distance, its windows like blind, unblinking eyes. There was no sign of pursuit, no shouting, no sirens, just silence. But I knew it wasn't over. I had seen too much. I had dragged someone else out of their nightmare, and whatever had been waiting inside that house, it wasn't going to let us go so easily. We didn't stop running until we reached the main road where traffic buzzed and the sidewalks actually felt alive again. I flagged down the first passing car, a dented sedan driven by a middle-aged woman with tired eyes who barely hesitated before letting us in when she saw the state we were in. I told her to drive us straight to the police station, the urgency in my voice cutting through any questions she might have had. The man I had pulled from the Watterson house slumped against the door, silent, his chest rising and falling in shallow bursts. His wrists were raw, where the zip ties had been, deep red grooves cutting into the skin, and his clothes smelled like blood and mold. I kept glancing over my shoulder as we drove, half expecting to see that green-jacketed figure loping after us, syringe still clutched in his hand, that patient smile still on his face. But the streets behind us remained clear, like the nightmare had been folded neatly back into the shadows where it belonged. At the station, everything moved in a blur. Officers ushered us into a side room. Questions came rapid fire. Who was I? What happened? Where had we come from? Who was the man with me? I tried to answer, stumbling over my words, giving them everything I could. About the Watterson house, the man who moved in, the notes, the figure in the house, about the captive, about the circle carved into the floor and the ring lying at its center. They listened more closely than I expected. Maybe it was the bruises on the rescued man's wrists. Maybe it was the look in my eyes. Either way, within an hour, there were squad cars screaming down our street. I rode along with them, heart hammering in my throat, expecting the worst. But when we arrived, the house stood silent and still, the porch sagging in familiar disrepair. The front door swung gently in the breeze. The side door hung open too. The house was empty. No sign of the man, no sign of anyone. The battered armchair was gone. The circle in the living room floor had been sanded away, leaving only rough scarring behind. The upstairs room where I found the prisoner was stripped clean. No chair, no chains, no broken window. It was as if everything had been scrubbed in the time it took me to reach safety. The officers exchanged uneasy glances, but filed their reports dutifully. A search was launched for the man fitting my description. Flyers went up. Questions circulated through the neighborhood, but days turned into a week, and no one found him. No sightings, no fingerprints, no digital trail. It was like he had never existed at all. They tried to reassure me, told me I had done the right thing, that the important thing was saving the man from the chair, getting him medical help, that sometimes monsters slip through the cracks, but eventually, justice catches up. But I didn't believe it. I could still feel the weight of his stare through the darkness, could still hear his voice telling me I didn't understand, that I was ruining everything. I tried to go back to normal, tried to work, to eat, to sleep, but normal wasn't waiting for me anymore. I kept waking up at odd hours, heart hammering, convinced I heard footsteps outside my window. A knock at the door with no one there. The sound of breathing in the hallway. I knew it wasn't over. I knew he was still out there somewhere, waiting, watching. I started carrying a pocket knife everywhere I went, installed cameras around my house, moved my bedroom to the back of the house where there were fewer windows. Friends and co-workers said I looked tired, worn down. I lied and said I was just busy. They wouldn't understand the truth, that once you see a monster step out from behind the curtain of normal life, you never really stop seeing them. That night, about 3 weeks after the rescue, I found something waiting for me when I got home. It was tucked neatly into the center of my doormat. A small, battered box, wrapped in plain brown paper and tied with rough twine. No postage, no return address. My stomach dropped into my shoes. I knew immediately who it was from. I brought it inside carefully, heart slamming against my ribs, and set it on the kitchen table. I stared at it for a long time before working up the nerve to open it. Inside was something that made my blood run cold. A Polaroid photograph, a fresh one. It showed me sleeping, curled up on my couch, the blanket twisted around my legs, taken from outside the window, taken at close range, and scrawled across the bottom of the photo, in the same scratchy, frantic handwriting as the notes, was a single word: soon. I sat down heavily, the room spinning around me. He had been here. He had never left. The game wasn't over. It had only been paused. Now it was starting again. The plan wasn't complicated. I knew he would come back. Knew he couldn't resist. His pattern had become predictable in its obsession. Always between 2 and 3 a.m. Always creeping closer. Always testing. I turned off all the lights in the house that night, made everything look abandoned. I left the back door unlocked, just enough to give him hope, to make him bold. I sat in the darkest corner of the living room with the knife in my hand and waited. Time crawled. Every creak of the floor, every gust of wind made my heart stutter, but I stayed still. I stayed patient. And then, just after 2:30, I heard it. The faintest whisper of movement outside. Shoes scraping against concrete. The soft groan of the porch steps under weight. The door handle turning slowly. And then, silence. He was inside. I heard him breathing before I saw him. Soft, slow, methodical. He moved through the hallway, past the kitchen, toward the living room, toward me. I tightened my grip on the knife, my palms slick with sweat. My mouth was dry. My muscles ached with tension. He stepped into the room. I could just make out his silhouette in the faint spill of moonlight from the window. He didn't see me at first. He just stood there, breathing, head tilted slightly, like he was savoring the moment. Then he took a step closer, and another. That was when I moved. I lunged from the shadows, every ounce of fear, rage, and exhaustion pouring into the motion. The knife found its mark before he could react, sinking deep into his side. He gasped, stumbled backward, knocking over a lamp that crashed to the floor in a shower of glass. I didn't wait. I tackled him, drove him to the ground, pinned him there. He struggled weakly, hands clawing at my arms, but he was already losing strength. I held the knife to his throat, breathing hard. His eyes met mine. For the first time, I saw fear in them. Real fear. Not the fake, taunting confidence he wore before. He tried to speak, but only a wet, gurgling sound came out. I stayed like that for what felt like an eternity, staring down at him, feeling the weight of all the nights he had stolen from me pressing against my chest. I thought about finishing it right there, about ending it in the simplest, most final way possible. But I didn't. I forced myself to move, to pull back, to grab my phone and call the police. I told them what happened, voice shaking but clear. When they arrived, they found me sitting on the floor, the knife tossed aside, the man bleeding and unconscious but alive. They cuffed him, took him away. The paramedics loaded him onto a stretcher, and even as they did, he kept his eyes locked on me. A look not of hatred or fear, but of something worse. Possession. Like in his mind, this wasn't over. Like he still believed I belonged to him. The police found evidence in his pocket. Keys. A map of the neighborhood with my house circled. Photographs. Dozens of them. Of me. Walking, sleeping, sitting at my kitchen table. Living my life unaware. They said he had been planning something much worse. That I had stopped it just in time. That I was lucky. I didn't feel lucky. I felt hollow, broken, shattered into pieces too small to put back together. They asked if I wanted to press charges. Of course I did. They assured me he would never come near me again, that he would be locked away somewhere he couldn't hurt anyone. I nodded and signed the papers, but deep down I knew better. Men like him don't stop. They just wait. They bide their time behind bars, behind locked doors, behind walls of steel and stone. They dream, they remember, they plan. It's been 6 months now. The neighborhood looks the same. Kids on bikes, mailmen trudging their routes, curtains fluttering in the breeze. Normal. But I know normal is just a mask. At night, I still check the locks 3 times. I still keep a knife under the cushion. I still wake up to shadows that aren't there. And sometimes, just before I fall asleep, I hear a sound that freezes the blood in my veins. A soft knock, 3 times, from somewhere just beyond the walls of my house. And I wonder if he's still waiting, if he ever really left at all. That's our story for tonight, friends. You're safe now. Sleep deeply, dream sweetly, and I'll see you again soon. Good night.